Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient trees of the forest of Dean stood silent under the autumn moon, their branches heavy with secrets as old as magic itself. Among them walked Cassiopeia Black, her dark robes whispering against fallen leaves, her wand casting dancing shadows in the ethereal light. She wasn't supposed to be here, not at midnight, not alone, and certainly not with the forbidden grimoire tucked beneath her arm, its leather binding still warm with dark magic. The book had called to her from the moment she discovered it in her grandmother's sealed vault at Gringotts, its pages filled with Salazar Slytherin's spidery handwriting. Now, 3 months into her first year as a Ravenclaw at Hogwarts, the disappearances had begun. First, a third-year Hufflepuff vanished from the greenhouse. Then a Gryffindor prefect disappeared during his rounds. The teachers whispered in corridors, their faces drawn with worry. But Cassiopeia knew something they didn't. The grimoire's pages had begun to glow on the nights of each disappearance. Lumos Maxima, she whispered, raising her wand higher as she reached a clearing. The moonlight seemed to pool here, creating strange patterns on the forest floor. She opened the grimoire, its pages crackling with age and power. "Show me," she commanded, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Show me what lies beneath Hogwarts." The book's pages began to turn on their own, stopping at an illustration of a vast chamber, far deeper than the infamous Chamber of Secrets. Salazar's notes spoke of a place he called the Void Chamber, a space between spaces where the very fabric of magic could be manipulated. But something else caught her eye, a familiar name in the margin. "Black. I wondered how long it would take you to find it." A voice spoke from the shadows. Professor Augustus Prince stepped into the clearing, his Slytherin green robes gleaming in the wandlight. The potions master's face was unreadable, but his eyes fixed on the grimoire with unmistakable recognition. "You knew about this?" Cassiopeia didn't lower her wand. Prince's reputation was complicated. Some said he'd been a Death Eater before Voldemort's fall. Others claimed he'd been a spy like his famous ancestor, Severus Snape. No one seemed to know the truth. "Your family and mine have more in common than you know. Miss Black," he moved closer, his own wand held casually at his side. "We were both tasked with protecting certain secrets. The chamber you discovered, it wasn't meant to be found. Not now, not when they're looking for it." A twig snapped in the darkness. Both of them whirled around as 4 figures emerged from the trees, their faces hidden behind masks that Cassiopeia had only seen in history books, Death Eater masks, though these were marked with strange runes that seemed to writhe in the moonlight. "How convenient," the tallest figure spoke, his voice distorted by magic. "The last Black and a prince, delivering exactly what we need." He raised his wand. "The grimoire, if you please. We've spent months arranging those little disappearances. To flush it out." Prince moved with surprising speed, pushing Cassiopeia behind him. "Run," he hissed. "Get to Hogwarts. I'll hold them." The clearing erupted in chaos. Spells flashed through the night air like deadly fireworks. Cassiopeia clutched the grimoire and ran, branches whipping at her face. Behind her, she heard Prince dueling multiple opponents at once, his spells silent but powerful enough to shake the ground. She burst through the tree line, Hogwarts castle looming ahead, its windows glowing like distant stars. But as she reached the courtyard, her path was blocked by another masked figure who seemed to materialize from the shadows themselves. "Your ancestors helped build the wards that keep us from him," the figure said softly. "Your blood is the key. We only need a little of it to begin the ritual. To bring back even a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul." Cassiopeia's mind raced. The grimoire grew hot in her hands, and suddenly she understood. The void chamber, the connection to her family, the blood wards it all connected. Her ancestors hadn't helped imprison something in that chamber. They'd helped create it. A space where the impossible became possible, where the boundaries between life and death blurred. "Expecto Patronum." Prince's voice rang out behind her. A magnificent silver raven soared over their heads, diving at the masked figure. In that moment of distraction, Cassiopeia made her choice. She opened the grimoire and began to read aloud, not in Latin or Greek, but in something older, something that made her tongue feel like it was made of ice. The ground beneath them trembled. The masked figures froze, and even Prince stopped mid-spell. In the distance, Hogwarts itself seemed to shift, ancient stones grinding against each other as something awakened deep below. No, the leader of the masked figures lunged forward, but he was too late. The magic built to a crescendo, and Cassiopeia felt her family's power surge through her veins. The Blacks had always been known for their affinity with the darker aspects of magic, but this was different. This was primal, neither dark nor light, but something essential to the very foundation of Hogwarts itself. A vortex of magical energy erupted around them, and in that maelstrom, Cassiopeia saw the truth. The void chamber hadn't been created to bring back the dead. It had been created to ensure that some boundaries could never be crossed. Her ancestors, working with the founders themselves, had created a space where dangerous magic could be safely contained and neutralized. The masked figures were thrown back as the vortex intensified. Prince stood firm, his wand moving in complex patterns as he helped Cassiopeia channel the chamber's power. Together, they closed the pathways that the dark wizards had been trying to open, sealed the gaps between life and death that they had been weakening through their ritualistic disappearances. When it was over, the masked figures lay unconscious, their dark artifacts turned to ash. The grimoire in Cassiopeia's hands had changed, its pages now filled with new understanding, not just Salazar's secrets, but the combined wisdom of all four founders, preserved by generations of loyal guardians from both the Black and Prince families. "Well done, Miss Black," Prince said quietly, though she could see the respect in his eyes. "Though I suggest we get back to the castle before the headmistress notices we're out after curfew. Even saving the world isn't an excuse for breaking school rules." Cassiopeia laughed, the sound slightly hysterical with relief. As they walked back to the castle, the grimoire grew cool in her hands. Once again just a book, albeit one filled with powerful secrets. She had found her place in her family's legacy, not in darkness, but in protecting the delicate balance of the magical world. The forest of Dean returned to its usual silence, though perhaps the trees stood a little straighter, a little prouder, having witnessed another chapter in the endless story of magic's guardians. And deep beneath Hogwarts, the void chamber hummed with ancient power, ready for the next generation of protectors to discover its purpose anew. Story 2. The letter arrived on Finn O'Sullivan's 17th birthday, carried not by owl, but by a magnificent phoenix that burst into existence above his modest Dublin flat in a flash of golden flame. The envelope bore a wax seal he'd only seen in history books, the personal crest of Godric Gryffindor himself. Inside, written in shimmering ink that seemed to flow like liquid gold, were words that would forever change his life. "Blood of my blood. The time has come, raised by loving adoptive parents who knew nothing of magic." Finn had attended Gort's School of Magical Arts, a smaller Irish institution, hidden in the misty hills of Galway. Now, standing in Hogwarts' Great Hall for the first time as the new assistant professor of defense against the dark arts, he felt both overwhelming awe and a strange sense of homecoming. The enchanted ceiling reflected a perfect autumn evening, stars twinkling between drifting clouds as floating candles cast their warm light across ancient stone walls. Yet something felt different. The magic itself seemed to respond to his presence, like countless invisible threads humming with recognition. Beautiful, isn't it? The voice, ethereal and ancient, came from a ghostly figure floating beside him. The Grey Lady, daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, regarded him with eyes that held centuries of secrets. You feel it, don't you? The castle knows its own. Before Finn could respond, a searing pain shot through his head, bringing with it a vision. 4 figures standing around a gleaming object, their faces obscured by hood and shadow. Gryffindor's voice echoed in his mind. The Nexus must never be found. The vision shifted to a vast chamber deep beneath the castle, where something pulsed with raw magical energy. You're not well. Professor O'Sullivan, Headmistress McGonagall's concerned voice brought him back to reality. She stood before him, her eyes sharp with worry. Perhaps you should visit the library. Some answers can only be found in the past. Taking her subtle hint, Finn spent his free hours exploring the library's restricted section. The Grey Lady became his constant companion, though she spoke in riddles and half-truths. My mother trusted few with her greatest secrets, she would say, but she trusted Godric with everything. Late one night, as autumn turned to winter, Finn discovered a hidden compartment behind a loose stone in the library wall. Inside lay a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with parallel columns of text, Gryffindor's bold strokes beside Slytherin's elegant script. They wrote of creating something called the Nexus, an artifact capable of channeling and connecting all magical power in the world. They built it together, the Grey Lady whispered, when they were still friends. Before fear and pride tore them apart, she drifted closer to the journal. But they feared its power, feared what those who followed might do with it. So they hid it, protected by blood wards that only their true heirs could breach. More visions plagued Finn as the weeks passed. He saw fragments of the past, Gryffindor and Slytherin working in secret, channeling magic so powerful it left permanent marks on reality itself. He saw their eventual betrayal, not of each other, but by those who sought to use their creation for darker purposes. The truth emerged piece by piece. A secret society within the Ministry of Magic, calling themselves the Founder's Circle, had spent centuries searching for the Nexus. Their goal, to use its power to separate those they deemed worthy of magic from those they considered impure. They're close now, the Grey Lady warned one stormy night. They've found the chamber's entrance. They need only your blood to open it, willing or not. The attack came during the Christmas feast. Ministry officials, their faces hidden behind enchanted masks, breached Hogwarts' defenses with inside help. Students screamed as spells flew across the Great Hall, but Finn was ready. Months of visions had prepared him for this moment. He fought his way through the chaos, McGonagall and other teachers providing cover as he raced to the 7th floor. The room of requirement appeared before him, but not as students had ever seen it. Instead of a practice room or hiding place, it revealed a spiral staircase descending deep beneath the castle's foundations. The Grey Lady guided him down, through chambers that hadn't seen light in centuries. Behind him, footsteps echoed as the Founder's Circle pursued. Finally, they reached a vast circular room. In its center, suspended in a column of pure magical energy, floated a crystalline sphere, the size of a fist, the Nexus. Stop! The leader of the circle emerged from the shadows, his mask dissolving to reveal a familiar face, Augustus Rookwood, thought to have died in Azkaban years ago. You don't understand its true purpose. With the Nexus, we can purify magic itself, return it to its rightful wielders, but Finn understood more than they knew. Through Gryffindor's blood, through months of visions and research, he had learned the Nexus's true nature. It wasn't meant to separate or purify, it was created to bind all magic together, to prevent exactly the kind of division these zealots sought. As spells flew around him, Finn stepped into the column of energy. The Nexus responded to his touch, to the combined blood of Gryffindor and countless generations of magical beings flowing through his veins. Power surged through him, not to control or divide, but to unite. Magic isn't yours to purify, he declared, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. It belongs to all who can touch it, all who can dream it, all who can love it. The Nexus flared blindingly bright. When the light faded, the Founder's circle lay unconscious, their plot revealed to the Ministry. But more importantly, the magical world felt subtly different. Stronger, more connected. The barriers between pure blood and Muggle-born, between different magical traditions, had grown just a little thinner. Finn remained at Hogwarts, teaching defense against the dark arts with a wisdom beyond his years. Sometimes late at night, he would visit the chamber with the Grey Lady, watching the Nexus pulse with the combined magic of countless witches and wizards, a living testament to the truth that magic, like love, only grows stronger when shared. And in the highest tower of Hogwarts, behind glass enchanted by founders, a phoenix feather quill continued to record the names of all magical children born throughout the world, regardless of their bloodline or background, each name shimmering with the same golden light. Each one equally precious in the grand tapestry of magical life. Story 3. The North Sea churned beneath Azkaban's towering walls, its dark waters reflecting the perpetual storm clouds that shrouded the prison. Aurora Vale, the youngest unspeakable ever appointed to the Department of Mysteries, stood at the edge of a crumbling stone staircase that spiraled down into the prison's foundations. Her wand cast a pale blue light into the abyss, yet somehow the darkness seemed to swallow it hungrily. The old archives mentioned something about catacombs, she muttered to herself, her free hand clutching a weathered map covered in runes that seemed to shift and change when she wasn't looking directly at them. The department had sent her to investigate reports of strange energy fluctuations deep beneath the prison, but something felt wrong. The Dementors that guarded the upper levels were acting strangely, clustering together in unprecedented numbers. As she descended, the air grew thick with more than just the usual despair that permeated Azkaban. Ancient magic pulsed through the walls, and the runes on her map began to glow with an eerie purple light. The staircase ended at a massive iron door covered in symbols that predated modern wizarding scripts. Alhamara Maxima, Aurora whispered, but the door didn't budge. Instead, the symbols began to bleed, dark liquid trickling down the metal surface. Without thinking, she reached out to touch one of the strange marks. The world exploded into chaos. The door disintegrated with a sound like screaming metal, and a wave of pure magical energy knocked Aurora backward. As she scrambled to her feet, she saw something impossible. The Dementors above were changing. Their dark cloaks seemed to crystallize, becoming like obsidian armor, and their skeletal hands elongated into razor-sharp claws. But worst of all, when they drew breath, Aurora felt not just her happy memories fading, but her very magic being pulled away. Expecto Patronum, she cried, but her silver hawk flickered and died before it could fully form. Terror gripped her heart as she ran deeper into the catacombs, the transformed Dementors in pursuit. In here, quickly, a hoarse voice called from a shadowy alcove. Without better options, Aurora dove into the darkness. A concealment charm shimmered around her, and she found herself face to face with a gaunt man with haunted eyes, but a sharp, intelligent gaze. Arcturus Blackwood. He introduced himself with a slight bow that seemed almost comical given their dire situation. Former prisoner, current. Well, let's say I'm a permanent resident who's found some interesting ways to avoid our hooded friends. You should be in your cell, Aurora said automatically. though she knew this was hardly the time for such concerns. Arcturus laughed quietly. "My dear, I haven't been in a cell for 15 years. These catacombs hold secrets for older than Azkaban itself. I've learned things that would make even an unspeakable's head spin." He gestured at the transformed Dementors gliding past their hiding place. "Like what's happening right now, for instance. You've awakened something ancient, a curse laid by one of the earliest dark wizards to be imprisoned here, designed to transform the Dementors into something far worse." Aurora's mind raced. "They're not just feeding on happiness anymore. They're draining magic itself, precisely. And once they've drained enough, they'll be able to leave Azkaban. Imagine creatures that can strip a wizard of their power entirely, released upon the world." His eyes gleamed in the darkness. "But I know how to stop them. I've spent years studying the prison's history. There's just one problem. We need to find the first Patronus." "The what?" "Rowena Ravenclaw's greatest creation. Not just a spell, but a physical manifestation of pure protective magic. She created it when she helped establish Azkaban, foreseeing that someday the Dementors might break free of wizarding control. It's hidden somewhere in these catacombs, in a maze of pocket dimensions she designed above them." The transformed Dementor's screams echoed through the ancient stones, sounding more like the shrieks of metal against metal than anything living. Aurora could feel the magic being drained from the very walls around them. What followed was a desperate race through impossible spaces. Arcturus guided them through doors that opened onto rooms that couldn't exist, down corridors that twisted in ways that defied physics. Each space contained puzzles that required both magical skill and logical reasoning, Ravenclaw's special blend of protection. As they worked together, Aurora began to understand why Arcturus had been imprisoned. He had been obsessed with discovering the deepest secrets of magic, regardless of the cost. Yet now, facing an even greater threat, his knowledge might be their only hope. Finally, they reached a circular chamber that seemed to exist in multiple places at once. Through its crystalline walls, Aurora could see dozens of versions of the same room stretching into infinity. In the center floated a glowing orb of pure white light. "The first Patronus," Arcturus whispered in awe. "Pure joy and protection given physical form." But before they could reach it, the transformed Dementors burst through the dimensional walls. Dozens of them poured into the chamber, their crystalline forms refracting light in nightmarish patterns. "Take it." Arcturus shoved Aurora toward the orb. "Only someone pure of intention can touch it. I'm afraid my motivations have always been complicated." Aurora lunged for the first Patronus as Arcturus cast shield charms against the advancing Dementors. The moment her fingers touched the orb, she understood. This wasn't just a weapon or a spell, it was Ravenclaw's gift to future generations. Pure distillation of magic's protective nature. Power surged through her, and words she had never known formed on her lips. The orb dissolved into her chest, and from her wand burst not a silver animal, but a wave of pure white light that filled every version of the chamber simultaneously. The transformed Dementors screamed as the light touched them, their crystalline forms cracking and dissolving, returning to their natural state. The curse broke in a cascade of failing magic, and the pocket dimensions began to collapse around them. "Run!" Aurora grabbed Arcturus's arm, and they barely made it back to the main catacombs before the dimensional spaces sealed themselves. In the aftermath, as Ministry officials swarmed Azkaban to contain the situation, Aurora made a quiet deal with Arcturus. His freedom in exchange for his knowledge of the prison's ancient secrets. After all, some secrets were too important to remain locked away, and some people deserved a second chance to use their gifts for protection, rather than power. The first Patronus remained within her, its power merging with her own magical core. On quiet nights, when she cast the spell, her Patronus still shone with a hint of that pure white light, a reminder that magic, at its heart, was meant to protect and preserve, never to cage or control. And deep beneath Azkaban, behind doors that would never again be opened. Ravenclaw's dimensional maze continued its endless dance, waiting for the next time it might be needed to protect the wizarding world from the darkness that lurked in its own shadows. Story 4. The antique mirror in the Ministry of Magic's Department of International Magical Cooperation had always been peculiar, but Thaddeus Drake was certain it hadn't always shown London's skyline backwards. As he adjusted his crimson robe's standard attire for a senior diplomatic advisor, he noticed something else. The reflection of Big Ben showed 3:47, while his enchanted pocket watch read to 15. Running his fingers along the mirror's ornate silver frame, Thaddeus felt the subtle vibration of ancient magic. Runes flickered briefly across its surface, too quick to read, but unmistakably elven in origin. In his 15 years at the ministry, he developed a knack for noticing things others missed, but this was different. This felt wrong. Fascinating, isn't it? The voice behind him belonged to Miranda Blackwood, a squib who made waves in the ministry by combining magical theory with Muggle technology. Her reflection appeared beside his in the mirror, but her eyes were fixed on a tablet device she'd somehow modified to work within the ministry's magical barriers. The temporal displacement is increasing. This mirror isn't the only one. Before Thaddeus could respond, the mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water. Through the distortion, he glimpsed a scene that shouldn't have been possible. Robed figures performing some kind of ritual around a massive crystalline structure, their hands linked as they channeled magic into its faceted surface. "That's why I asked you to meet me," Miranda said quietly, her fingers flying across her tablet screen. "They're calling themselves the Pristine Dawn. Pure-blood extremists with a twist. They're using elven artifacts to try to physically separate the magical and Muggle worlds." The revelation hit Thaddeus like a stunning spell. The mirrors. They're not just mirrors, are they? They're nodes in an ancient network. The elves created them centuries ago to maintain the natural balance between magical and non-magical realms. But someone's reprogramming them, using them to create a permanent divide. Their investigation led them deep into London's magical underground. Through hidden doorways and secret passages, they tracked the mirror network's disturbances. Each corrupted mirror showed increasingly disturbing signs, versions of London where magic blazed openly in the streets, or where technology had completely failed. In a forgotten chamber beneath the London stone, they found their first solid lead. An ancient tome, its pages filled with elven scripts that Miranda painstakingly translated. The mirror path stands as guardian between worlds, its reflections maintaining the delicate dance of magic and mundane. Should the path be broken, reality itself shall shatter. They don't understand what they're doing, Miranda whispered, her face pale in the wandlight. The walls between worlds aren't meant to be solid, they're meant to be permeable. Magic and technology, they're two sides of the same coin. They need each other to maintain balance. Their breakthrough came at midnight in the British Museum's restricted archives. Among cursed artifacts and dangerous relics, they found a series of documents detailing the Pristine Dawn's plan. The group had discovered that the Elven Mirror Network could be used to create a permanent barrier between magical and non-magical realms. They believed this would purify the magical world, preventing what they saw as the contamination of Muggle influence. But as Thaddeus and Miranda dug deeper, they uncovered the terrible truth. The separation would cause a catastrophic collapse of both worlds. Magic and technology weren't just compatible, they were complementary forces that helped maintain reality's stability. The elves had understood this, creating the Mirror Network to facilitate a healthy balance. The final confrontation took place in Street, Paul's Cathedral's secret magical annex, where the Pristine Dawn had established their headquarters. Thaddeus and Miranda arrived just as the group began their final ritual, channeling power through 13 corrupted mirrors arranged in a complex geometric pattern. "Stop." Thaddeus's voice echoed through the vast space. "You'll destroy everything, both worlds." The leader of Pristine Dawn, a wizard named Cornelius Blackthorn, turned with a sneer. Better destruction than corruption. Magic must be preserved in its purest form. But Miranda had been busy. While Thaddeus confronted the cultists, she connected her tablet to the original elven network through a small mirror shard they discovered. Ancient code merged with modern technology, creating something entirely new. "You want to see pure magic?" She called out, her device glowing with an otherworldly light. "Watch what happens when it works in harmony with technology." The resulting clash was spectacular. Spells flew as Thaddeus dueled multiple opponents at once, his diplomatic training giving way to surprisingly formidable combat skills. Miranda's hybrid device sent pulses of combined magical and technological energy through the mirror network, fighting the corruption with synthesis rather than separation. The cathedral's magical space filled with refractions of reality, glimpses of countless possible Londons shifting and merging. Through the chaos, Thaddeus and Miranda worked together, his magic amplifying her technological expertise. They weren't just fighting the Pristine Dawn. They were fighting for a future where both worlds could continue to evolve together. The turning point came when Miranda managed to reactivate the Elven Network's original purpose. The mirrors blazed with pure light, showing the truth. Magical and non-magical worlds existing in perfect balance, each strengthening the other. The Pristine Dawn members watched in awe as their corrupted network crumbled, the evidence of their error impossible to deny. In the aftermath, as Aurors took the cultists into custody, Thaddeus found himself looking at the Ministry's mirror again. It showed London as it truly was, a city where magic and technology coexisted, hidden but harmonious. His reflection stood beside Miranda's, no longer separated by the artificial barriers of pure blood ideology. "We make quite a team," he said, watching as the mirror's surface settled into its natural state, the elven runes now glowing with a steady, healthy light. Magic and technology working together, Miranda smiled, her tablet displaying the elegant coding of the elven network she'd helped restore. That's how it was always meant to be. The elves understood it's not about separation or purity. It's about balance. The mirror network remained, restored to its original purpose, not a barrier, but a bridge, helping maintain the delicate balance between worlds. And in the years that followed, more witches and wizards began to understand what Thaddeus and Miranda had discovered, that the future lay not in isolation, but in finding new ways for magic and technology to complement each other, creating something greater than the sum of its parts. Deep in the Department of Mysteries, a new division was established, the Office of Technological and Magical Integration. Its first employees, a pure-blood diplomat who'd learned to see beyond traditional boundaries, and a squib whose understanding of both worlds had helped save them all. Story 5. Professor Iris Nightshade stood at the highest tower of Hogwarts, her silver hair whipping in the winter wind as she traced complex patterns in the air with her wand. The castle's magical signature was growing weaker. She could feel it in her bones, just as she had felt the same decline in the ancient forests of Romania and the hidden temples of Tibet during her 20 years of self-imposed exile. The darkness gathered around her like an old friend as she cast her diagnostic charms. Each spell revealed what she had feared. Magic wasn't just fading from Hogwarts. It was fading from the world itself, starting with the oldest and most powerful places. You finally noticed it too. The familiar sardonic voice came from a portrait she'd been avoiding since her return. Severus Snape's painted form regarded her with his characteristic penetrating stare. Dumbledore knew this day would come. It's why he left you those notes. In her quarters, Iris pulled out a small, leather-bound journal, its pages filled with Dumbledore's elegant script. She had found it waiting for her when she accepted the position of Transfiguration Professor, sealed with magic that would only open to her touch. The words inside had haunted her for months. "My dear Iris, if you are reading this, then my worst fears have been confirmed. Magic is not infinite, it requires anchors in our world, places of power that maintain its presence. The founders understood this when they built Hogwarts. The castle is more than a school. It is a battery, storing and regenerating magical energy for all of Britain. But batteries can fail. A knock at her door interrupted her reading. 5 students stood outside the brightest of their respective houses, though they didn't know she had been watching them. Luna Scamander's daughter Lyra, with her mother's dreamy wisdom. James Potter's son Henry, carrying his grandfather's talent for transfiguration. Rose Weasley's twins, Celeste and Aurora, brilliant and fearless. And finally, Alexander Zabini, whose quiet intensity reminded her so much of another Slytherin from years past. Professor, Lyra spoke first, her silver eyes serious. We've been having dreams. About the castle. About magic dying. Iris had expected this. The most magically sensitive students would feel it first. She ushered them inside, where Snape's portrait waited in a frame she'd conjured. Show them, Snape commanded quietly. Iris raised her wand, casting a spell that made the very air shimmer. The students gasped as they saw what she could now see all the time, the magical ley lines that ran through Hogwarts. Once brilliant rivers of power, now dim and flickering like dying fairy lights. The founders built Hogwarts at the intersection of the most powerful ley lines in Britain, Iris explained. They created a system to harness and regenerate magical energy, feeding it back into the world. But something's gone wrong. The system is failing. Dumbledore's notes speak of a solution, Snape's portrait added. But the price? He fell silent, his painted eyes showing rare emotion. Over the next weeks, as winter deepened, they worked tirelessly. The students proved invaluable, each bringing unique insights. Henry's natural talent for transfiguration helped them understand how the castle could reshape itself. The Weasley twins discovered ancient arithmetic equations carved into the very foundations. Alexander found hidden passages that pulsed with remnant magic, and Lyra seemed to hear the castle itself whispering. Together, they uncovered the truth. Hogwarts wasn't just built on ley lines. It was built around a core of pure magic, a heart created by the combined power of all four founders. This heart was meant to be periodically renewed through a ritual of sacrifice and transformation. But the knowledge had been lost, the ritual forgotten, and now the heart was failing. They found the chamber on the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. It lay deeper than the Chamber of Secrets, in a space that seemed to exist between realities. At its center floated a sphere of pure magical energy, once brilliant gold, now barely glowing. The ritual requires a wizard or witch to merge with the heart, Iris explained, reading from Dumbledore's journal, to become one with Hogwarts itself. Their magic, their very essence, would feed the core for another 1,000 years. I'll do it, 5 voices said simultaneously, but Iris was already moving toward the sphere. Professor, no. Henry grabbed her arm. There has to be another way. There isn't. Snape's voice came from a small portrait she'd brought with them. And it must be her. The ritual requires someone who understands both the light and dark of magic, who has walked in both worlds and chosen their path with full knowledge. Iris smiled at her students, seeing in them the future of magic itself. This is why I came back, why Dumbledore left me the notes. I've spent 20 years studying the decline of magic across the world. I understand now it's not about preserving magic by hoarding it. It's about transformation, about becoming part of something greater. The chamber hummed with power as she began the ritual. Ancient words flowed from her lips as she drew on every magical tradition she had studied in her travels. The students joined hands, forming a circle around her, their own magic rising to support the transformation. Snape's portrait watched with uncharacteristic gentleness. You are always the brightest of your year, Miss Nightshade. Even when you chose to leave, the sphere of magical energy pulsed, reaching out to Iris with tendrils of light. As they enveloped her, she felt every stone in Hogwarts, every spell ever cast within its walls, every student who had ever walked its halls. She was becoming the castle itself, her consciousness expanding to encompass centuries of magical learning and discovery. The transformation was both ending and beginning. Her physical form dissolved into pure magical energy, merging with the heart of Hogwarts. The ley lines blazed with renewed power, sending waves of magic out across Britain and beyond. In the years that followed, students would sometimes speak of a presence in the castle, not a ghost, but something more. They felt it in the way the staircases seemed to know exactly where they needed to go, in the way the room of requirement anticipated their needs with unprecedented accuracy, in the way magic itself seemed more alive within Hogwarts walls. And in the Transfiguration classroom, beside Dumbledore's journal, in a glass case, hung a portrait of Iris Nightshade. Unlike the other portraits in the castle, this one never spoke. It simply smiled, watching over generation after generation of students as they learned to wield the magic she had given her life to preserve. The 5 students who witnessed her sacrifice went on to become legendary magical researchers, each dedicated to understanding and protecting the delicate balance of magic in the world. They knew the truth that magic wasn't just about power or skill, but about sacrifice, transformation, and the courage to become part of something greater than yourself. And deep within Hogwarts, in the space between moments, Iris Nightshade continued her greatest lesson, that magic, like love, only grows stronger when it is given freely, and that some lights shine brightest when they become part of an eternal flame. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle whispered their warnings long before anyone noticed the first cracks in its magical foundations. It began on an autumn evening, when the sky blazed with colors that shouldn't have been possible, deep purples threading through spirals of burning gold, as if the aurora borealis had descended to dance among the castle's towers. Helena Blackwood stood at her office window in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, her reflection pale against the glass, as she watched the impossible lights twist and writhe above the astronomy tower. 25 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, the castle had been completely restored, or so everyone thought. But Helena knew better. She had felt the changes over the past few months, the staircases moving with hesitation, as if uncertain of their paths. The portraits whispering of cold spots in corridors that had always been warm. And most troubling of all, students reporting that their protective charms were failing in certain areas of the castle. Professor Blackwood, a small voice broke through her reverie. Helena turned to find a first-year Ravenclaw, Emma Whitmore, clutching a piece of parchment that seemed to emit a faint blue glow. I found this in the library. It called to me. Helena's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the shimmer of ancient magic. Taking the parchment carefully, she felt a familiar tingling in her fingers, the same sensation she'd experienced when she first held her wand, crafted with the core of Rowena Ravenclaw's preserved heartstring. A secret passed down through generations of her family, guarded more closely than any vault in Gringotts. The parchment contained a message written in elegant script that seemed to shift and change as she read it. When the foundations falter and the ancient wards begin to fail, seek the chamber of synthesis where 4 become 1. Only the last daughter of wisdom may access its secrets. A sharp knock at the door made both Helena and Emma jump. Theodore Nutt Jr. stood in the doorway, his dark robes bearing the subtle insignia of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Despite his reformed status, many still viewed him with suspicion. The son of a Death Eater would always carry that shadow, no matter how many years he spent trying to make amends. Professor Blackwood, he said, his voice carrying an urgency that made Elena's skin prickle. We need to talk. The magical barriers around the school, they're not just weakening. They're being deliberately dismantled. The next few days passed in a blur of research and mounting dread. Helena, together with Theodore, discovered references to the Chamber of Synthesis in ancient texts, a secret room created by the four founders as a last resort, a place where their combined powers could be channeled to reinforce the castle's protections. But accessing it required more than just finding its location. Their research was interrupted by a series of increasingly dangerous incidents. First, the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall began to malfunction, raining actual fire instead of showing the weather. Then, 3 students were found petrified in the library, not by a basilisk, but by something that had leaked through the weakening ward, something ancient and hungry. Through careful investigation, Elena and Theodore identified the culprits, the Legacy Hunters, a shadowy group of dark wizards obsessed with claiming the old magics for themselves. They had spent years studying Hogwarts defenses, learning how to unravel them thread by thread, all to access something they believed lay beneath the Black Lake, an entity so powerful that the founders had built the entire castle as an elaborate prison to contain it. The situation reached its breaking point on a storm-racked night when the Legacy Hunters launched their final assault. Lightning struck the astronomy tower repeatedly, each bolt weakening the ancient wards further. Elena and Theodore fought their way through corridors crawling with dark magic, defending students and searching for the Chamber of Synthesis. It was Emma Whitmore who provided the final clue. "Professor," she said, emerging from behind a suit of armor where she'd hidden from the chaos, "the castle wants to show you something." She held out her hand, revealing a small bronze eagle that had once decorated Rowena's diadem. The moment Elena touched it, knowledge flooded her mind, not just the chamber's location, but understanding of what she would have to sacrifice to access it. The Chamber of Synthesis lay at the exact center of Hogwarts, where the magical ley lines crossed beneath the castle. But activating its power required something more than just magical ability. It required the willing sacrifice of a founder's bloodline. Theodore, seeing the realization in her eyes, grabbed her arm. "There has to be another way." "There isn't," Elena said softly. "This is why my family has guarded the secret for so long. We're not just descendants of Ravenclaw. We're vessels for a fraction of her power, preserved through the generations for exactly this moment." The chamber itself was beautiful in its simplicity, a circular room with 4 pillars representing each house, surrounding a central altar that pulsed with magical energy. As Elena approached it, the Legacy Hunters breached the castle's outer defenses. The very foundations shook as something ancient began to stir beneath the lake. Theodore stood guard at the chamber entrance, his wand flashing as he held off the first wave of attackers. "Whatever you're going to do," he shouted, "do it now." Elena placed her hands on the altar and began the incantation. The chamber came alive with light as her blood Ravenclaw's blood activated the ancient magic. She felt her family's power flowing out of her and into the castle itself, strengthening the wards not just around Hogwarts, but deep beneath it, reinforcing the prison of whatever entity the founders had trapped there. The process was devastating but beautiful. As Elena's consciousness began to fade, she saw the castle's magic restored in waves of brilliant light, sweeping away the Legacy Hunters and healing the damage they had caused. The last thing she heard was Theodore's voice, closer now, speaking words of ancient magic. She didn't recognize a spell that somehow anchored her to life, even as she completed the sacrifice. Elena awoke in the hospital wing 3 days later to find that while she had lost her connection to Ravenclaw's ancient power, she had gained something else. The castle had accepted her sacrifice and forged a new kind of bond with her. She was no longer just a teacher or a descendant of Ravenclaw, but a true guardian of Hogwarts, connected to its magic in ways even the founders hadn't foreseen. Theodore visited her recovery bed, his usual stern expression softened by relief. "The Legacy Hunters have been captured," he reported, "and whatever lies beneath the lake remains safely contained. But there's something else you should know." He hesitated. "The spell I used to save you. It was created by Severus Snape, a way to share the burden of a magical sacrifice." I've spent years trying to atone for my family's past, and when I found his research, he trailed off, unable to meet her eyes. Elena reached out and took his hand. In that moment, she understood that they had both found redemption in their own ways, she through sacrifice, and he through salvation. Together, they would ensure that Hogwarts remained what it had always been meant to be, not just a school, but a sanctuary for all who sought knowledge and protection within its walls. As she looked out the hospital wing window at the restored castle, Elena saw the impossible aurora lights dancing once again in the sky. But this time, they weren't a warning, they were a celebration, a reminder that even in the darkest times, magic would always find a way to endure. Story 7. The dust in the restricted section of Hogwarts library held secrets older than the castle itself. Marcus Meadows knew this better than anyone after all. He'd spent the last 3 years as the youngest master librarian in the school's history, carefully cataloging centuries of magical knowledge. But nothing in his experience had prepared him for what he found on that fateful winter evening, when the candlelight caught a peculiar shimmer between 2 ancient tomes. The parchment he discovered was impossibly thin, almost translucent, yet it hadn't deteriorated despite its obvious age. Written in an elegant hand were words that seemed to shift between languages: Latin, Old English, and something far older that made his eyes water when he tried to focus on it. But one phrase remained constant: seek the grimoire where the veil between worlds grows thin, where Merlin's last breath still echoes in the stones. Fascinating, isn't it? The voice behind him made Marcus jump, nearly dropping the precious document. He turned to find a woman standing in shadows that seemed to cling to her like a cloak. Her eyes held the distant look he'd seen in those touched by the sight, yet there was a sharp intelligence there that belied any notion of vagueness. Cassandra Trelawney III, she introduced herself, stepping into the lamplight. And you, Marcus Meadows, have just found exactly what I've been searching for. The next morning found them in the headmaster's office, where Cassandra revealed a truth that chilled them both. The barriers between the worlds are weakening, she explained, her voice tight with urgency. I've seen it, gaps appearing in the fabric of reality itself. Merlin's grimoire contains knowledge we desperately need, knowledge about how to repair these breaches before they tear our world apart. Marcus studied the ancient map they'd managed to decipher from the parchment. The first location is in Cornwall, near Tintagel Castle, he said, tracing the ghostly lines that appeared and disappeared on the aged surface. But why would Merlin hide his most powerful book? Because some knowledge comes at too high a price, Cassandra replied grimly. The question is, can we afford not to pay it? Their journey began the next day, but they weren't alone in their quest. A shadowy division of the Ministry of Magic, the Unspeakable Operations Unit, had caught wind of their discovery. Led by the ruthless Augustus Rookwood Jr., they pursued Marcus and Cassandra across Britain, believing the grimoire could be used to control the very forces it was meant to contain. At Tintagel, they found their first real clue: a series of runes carved into the foundations of the ancient castle, visible only during the winter solstice sunset. Each clue led to another site steeped in magical history: the hidden caves beneath Glastonbury Tor, the sunken temples in the Lake District, and finally to the heart of the Cairngorms, where legends said Merlin had learned his first spells from the ancient Picts. But with each step closer to the grimoire, strange phenomena began to manifest. Time flowed oddly around them, moments stretched into hours, while days passed in the blink of an eye. Ghostly figures from the past appeared with increasing frequency, some offering guidance, others warnings. The veil between worlds was indeed thinning, and reality itself seemed to be unraveling at the edges. Their final confrontation with Rookwood's team came in a hidden chamber beneath a Scottish mountain, where a portal shimmered like heat waves rising from summer stones. The Unspeakables had caught up with them, just as Marcus decoded the final lock, a complex spell that required both the precision of a scholar and the intuition of a seer. Stand aside, Rookwood commanded, his wand trained on them both. The Ministry will handle this power appropriately. You don't understand what's at stake. Cassandra replied, her eyes suddenly distant with a vision. The grimoire isn't just a book of spells, it's a keystone. Holding something back, the truth hit Marcus then, as he looked at the shimmering portal and the ancient warnings carved around it. Merlin didn't write the grimoire to record his knowledge. He whispered. He wrote it as a chain, binding something ancient, something that was here long before us. The chamber began to shake as Rookwood attempted to force his way through the final barriers. In that moment of chaos, Marcus made a decision that would change everything. Drawing on his deep knowledge of magical texts and Cassandra's prophetic guidance, he began to read the binding spells etched around the portal, not to break them, but to strengthen them. Cassandra joined him, her voice harmonizing with his, as she saw the pattern that Merlin had created centuries ago. The unspeakable spells dissolved against the rising tide of ancient magic, and Rookwood watched in horror as his own attempts to seize power were turned back upon themselves. The price of their success, however, was higher than either had imagined. As the final words of the binding spell faded, Marcus found that his beloved books no longer spoke to him quite so clearly, as if the magic of understanding that had made him such a gifted librarian had been spent in reinforcing Merlin's bonds. Cassandra's inner eye, too, had dimmed, though she claimed she had seen this outcome and chosen it willingly. When they returned to Hogwarts, they brought with them not the physical grimoire they had sought, but something far more valuable: understanding. The book had never been meant to be found. It was a key turned in an ancient lock, holding back forces that could unravel the world. Its true power lay not in the knowledge it contained, but in the wisdom to know when not to use it. In the years that followed, Marcus and Cassandra worked together to document their discoveries in a new book, one that told not of how to break the barriers between worlds, but of why they must be maintained. They called it the Guardian's Chronicle, and placed it in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, protected by spells that would reveal its contents only to those who sought knowledge not for power, but for protection. And sometimes on quiet evenings in the library, Marcus would look up from his work to find Cassandra smiling at him, both of them aware that while they had lost certain gifts, they had gained something far more precious. The understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in what we can do, but in what we choose not to do. The dust in the restricted section still held its secrets, but now it held their story too, a reminder that true wisdom sometimes means leaving certain doors firmly closed, and that some mysteries are best left as just that, mysteries. Story 8. The scar hadn't hurt in 25 years, but Harry Potter's hand still instinctively moved to his forehead when the dark magic detector on his desk began to pulse with an all-too-familiar signature. The object, a delicate silver instrument that had once belonged to Albus Dumbledore, emitted a soft, sickly green glow that made his office in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement feel suddenly cold. Impossible, he whispered, but the detector's reading was unmistakable. Something bearing the magical signature of a Horcrux had awakened in Eastern Europe. Within hours, Harry stood in the frozen courtyard of Durmstrang Institute, where the first signal had been detected. Snowflakes swirled around him as he faced Sophia Dolohov, a seventh-year student with haunting gray eyes and her grandfather's sharp features. She stood perfectly still, her breath forming clouds in the winter air, as Harry's detection spells confirmed what he had feared. Dark magic pulsed within her, ancient and patient, like a serpent waiting to strike. "How long have you known?" Harry asked gently, lowering his wand. "The dream started on my 17th birthday," Sophia replied, her voice barely a whisper. "I see him, Voldemort, performing a ritual. Something about delayed germination. A seed of himself planted for the future." Her hands trembled as she hugged herself. "Am I going to become him?" Before Harry could answer, a series of sharp cracks split the air. Dark-robed figures appeared around the courtyard, the Crimson Circle, a cult of former Death Eaters who had spent decades preparing for this moment. Their leader, Thaddeus Knott, stepped forward, his mask gleaming blood red in the winter light. "The vessel is ready," he announced, his voice carrying across the snow-covered ground. "The Dark Lord's final contingency can now be fulfilled." Harry moved instinctively between Sophia and the cultists, his wand raised. "She's not a vessel," he growled. "She's a victim of Tom Riddle's cruelty, just like all the others." The battle that followed lit up the ancient walls of Durmstrang with spellfire. Harry fought with all the skill and power that had made him head Auror, but he was outnumbered. A cutting curse caught his shoulder, and a blast of dark magic sent him sprawling across the icy courtyard. Then something unexpected happened. Sophia stepped forward, her wand moving in patterns Harry had never seen before. "I can feel his knowledge," she said, her voice strange and distant. "All his power, his secrets, they're inside me, but they're mine to use, not his to control." The snow around her feet began to melt as waves of magical energy pulsed from her body. The Crimson Circle members raised their wands, but Sophia was faster. She wielded Voldemort's own dark magic against his followers, turning their curses back upon them with a skill that shouldn't have been possible for a 17-year-old student. When the last cultist fell, Sophia turned to Harry, tears freezing on her cheeks. "I can feel it growing stronger," she said. "The piece of him inside me, it's trying to take control. You have to end this. Please." But Harry had spent 25 years thinking about redemption and second chances. He remembered another victim of Voldemort's soul magic himself. "There might be another way," he said, drawing closer. "The Horcrux inside you is different from the others. It wasn't created from a murder, but from something else, an experiment in delayed dark magic." Over the next few weeks, Harry worked with the Department of Mysteries, consulting ancient texts and experimenting with counter-curses. Sophia remained under protective custody at Grimmauld Place, where she struggled daily against Voldemort's growing influence. Sometimes Harry would find her speaking Parseltongue to herself, or practicing dark magic in her sleep. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Draco Malfoy's private collection of dark magic research. Among his father's papers was a reference to Voldemort's experimental Horcrux program. The Dark Lord speaks of spiritual germination, a piece of soul embedded not to preserve life, but to bloom in another. Like a dark flower waiting for spring, understanding the nature of the magic was key to undoing it. On the night of the winter solstice, in the Chamber of Secrets, where another of Voldemort's victims had once been possessed, Harry and a team of the world's most powerful wizards attempted something never before tried: the extraction and destruction of a Horcrux while preserving its host. The ritual was excruciating. Sophia screamed as ancient magic pulled at the fragment of Voldemort's soul, trying to separate it from her own. Harry maintained the containment circle, his wand arm shaking with effort as he recited incantations in a dozen dead languages. In the final moment, when it seemed the ritual might fail, Sophia's own magic surged forth to aid in the separation. The chamber filled with blinding light as the last piece of Tom Riddle's soul was torn free and destroyed, leaving behind only the echo of a scream that Harry hadn't heard in 25 years. Sophia collapsed, but she was breathing, and more importantly, she was herself. When she opened her eyes, they were clear of the shadow that had haunted them for months. In the years that followed, Sophia became one of the Department of Mystery's most brilliant researchers, using her unique experience to help develop new defenses against dark magic. She and Harry worked together frequently, bound by their shared experience as the only two people who had ever survived hosting a piece of Voldemort's soul. The Crimson Circle was dismantled, its members scattered or imprisoned. The last of Voldemort's legacy had finally been destroyed, not through violence or sacrifice, but through understanding and redemption. Sometimes when Harry visited Sophia in her laboratory deep within the Ministry, she would show him the progress of her research. "He meant it as a weapon," she would say, demonstrating how she had turned Voldemort's soul magic theories toward healing and protection. But we've made it into a shield, and Harry would smile, touching his scar absently, knowing that some curses could become blessings, if only you were brave enough to transform them. Story 9. The North Sea churned with unnatural fury as Aurora Bones approached Azkaban for the first time. The prison rose from the waves like a nightmare carved in stone, its ancient towers perpetually shrouded in mist. But today, something was different. The magical tremors that had shaken the fortress 2 days ago had torn open more than just the physical foundations. They had revealed a terrible truth buried beneath centuries of secrets. As her enchanted boat docked at the prison's water-worn steps, Aurora pulled her oars cloaked tighter against the bitter wind. Even without the Dementors, who had been banished decades ago, the prison radiated a cold that went beyond the physical. Her expertise in dark creatures had earned her this assignment, but nothing in her studies had prepared her for what lay in the newly discovered levels below. The tremors uncovered 13 chambers, explained Warden Macmillan, leading her down spiral stairs that seemed to descend forever. Each one contains a prisoner in magical stasis. But there, different, his wand light flickered as they reached the bottom, illuminating walls covered in ancient runes that seemed to writhe and shift in the darkness. The first chamber contained a figure floating in a column of swirling silver mist, human in shape, but with skin-like polished obsidian and features that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. A Dementor in human form, Aurora breathed, recognition hitting her like a physical blow. Her magical creatures detector began to hum with readings that shouldn't have been possible. Aurora Bones, a voice like silk over steel, made her turn. Corvus Lestrange stood in the shadows, his dark robes bearing the insignia of the Department of Mysteries. I believed I'd find you here. These beings, they're what I've been researching for the past decade. Aurora's wand was in her hand before he finished speaking. The last Lestrange. I didn't expect to find you outside of your ministry-approved locations. Times change, Corvus replied calmly. And right now, you need my help. Because these aren't just Dementor-human hybrids. They're the original guardians of Azkaban, imprisoned here centuries ago to prevent something far worse from returning before Aurora could respond. An alarm pierced the air. Above them, the prison shook as another magical tremor struck. This one was different, purposeful. The stasis field around the first chamber flickered, and the being inside opened eyes that blazed with silver fire. It's happening faster than I feared, Corvus said urgently. The seals are failing. We need to make a decision now: release the Guardians under controlled conditions, or risk them awakening chaotically, while whatever they were imprisoned to contain breaks free as well. Aurora's training screamed at her not to trust a Lestrange. But her instincts as a magical creatures expert told her something else. The readings from her detector weren't showing the pure darkness of Dementors, but rather a complex magical signature she'd never seen before, ancient power tempered with purpose. The decision was taken from them as the tremors intensified. Cracks appeared in the other stasis chambers, and silver mist began to seep through. The Guardians were awakening on their own. What followed was chaos. Aurora and Corvus worked together, trying to contain and communicate with the awakening beings. The Guardians, though disoriented, proved to be neither good nor evil. In any simple sense, they were creatures of pure magical law, created in an age when the boundaries between the physical world and realms of pure magic were more fluid. Through fragments of ancient memories and Corvus's research, the truth emerged. Azkaban had been built not as a prison for human criminals, but as a seal over a rift in magical reality, a crack through which entities of pure chaos threatened to enter our world. The Guardians were created to watch over this seal, but dark wizards centuries ago had seen them as a threat and imprisoned them, gradually corrupting their purpose until they devolved into the Dementors. As they struggled to understand the awakening Guardians, something stirred deep beneath the prison. The rift was widening, and through it came whispers of things that should not exist in our reality, creatures of such cosmic horror that merely perceiving them threatened sanity. Aurora found herself making an impossible choice. The Guardians could seal the rift, but their power had been weakened by centuries of imprisonment. They needed to feed on human emotions to regain their strength, not to destroy them like Dementors did, but to transform them into magical energy. "I volunteer," Corvus said quietly, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the faded dark mark. "My family helped create this crisis centuries ago. Let me help end it." The ritual that followed would haunt Aurora's dreams for years to come. The Guardians formed a circle around Corvus, their silver eyes blazing as they drew not just on his emotions, but on the very darkness that had marked his family for generations. Aurora maintained the containment spells, watching in awe as the corrupted magical legacy of the Lestranges was transformed into pure power. Corvus survived, though the experience left him forever changed. The dark mark was gone, replaced by swirling silver runes that marked him as a bridge between the human world and the Guardians. Together, they sealed the rift, though doing so required the Guardians to resume their eternal watch. In the years that followed, Azkaban was transformed. The upper levels remained a prison, but the deeper chambers became a sanctuary where the Guardians maintained their vigil. Aurora and Corvus worked together to understand and document their true nature, gradually rebuilding the lost knowledge of an age when magic was both more powerful and more purposeful. The Guardians never again devolved into Dementors, but neither did they become truly human. They existed in a state between realities, serving as living reminders that some powers are beyond simple human notions of good and evil, and that redemption can take forms we never expected. Sometimes, on storm-racked nights when the North Sea crashes against Azkaban's walls, Aurora stands in the lower chambers with Corvus, watching the Guardians patrol the boundaries between worlds. Their silver eyes still hold secrets from the dawn of magic, but now they serve not through imprisonment, but through choice, protecting our world from chaos while preserving the delicate balance between light and dark, order and entropy that makes magic itself possible. And in those moments, Aurora understands that true power lies not in controlling the darkness, but in transforming it into something that serves a greater purpose, a lesson written in silver fire across the very foundations of Azkaban itself. Story 10. The whispers from the death chamber had grown louder over the past month, their ethereal voices forming words that no one had heard in centuries. Lyra Lovegood's commander stood before the ancient archway in the Department of Mysteries, her silver blonde hair reflecting the otherworldly light that seemed to pulse from within the veil. As an unspeakable specializing in dimensional magic, she had spent years studying this mysterious portal, but never had it behaved quite like this. The tattered black curtain rippled without wind, and through it came sounds that shouldn't exist, the clash of spells from battles long past, the laughter of those long dead, and underneath it all, a deep thrumming that made the very foundations of the ministry tremble. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" The voice behind her carried an accent she couldn't quite place. Lyra turned to find a tall wizard wearing robes that seemed to shift between shades of gray like smoke in twilight. Though I suppose beautiful isn't quite the right word for a tear in the fabric of reality. Who are you? Lyra's wand was in her hand before she could think, but the stranger merely smiled. "Artemis Prince," he said, bowing slightly. "And in my world, you died heroically defending Hogwarts from Voldemort's final victory." His eyes held a depth of sorrow that made Lyra's breath catch. The veil doesn't just connect life and death, it bridges all possible realities. And now, the barriers between those realities are beginning to crack. As if to confirm his words, a surge of energy pulls from the archway, and through the veil came a creature that shouldn't exist, a thing of shadow and teeth. Its form constantly shifting between shapes drawn from nightmares. Lyra and Artemis moved in perfect synchronization, their spells weaving together to force the creature back through the portal. "There will be more," Artemis warned as the beast retreated. In my reality, we learned too late that the veil truly was not just a doorway, but a seal created by the first wizards to contain a breach between dimensions. When it fails completely, he didn't need to finish the thought. Already, more shadows were gathering behind the curtain, pressing against the thinning barrier between worlds. In the following days, similar reports came from across magical Britain, creatures appearing and disappearing, people catching glimpses of alternate versions of themselves, locations shifting between different possible versions of reality. Working together in the Department of Mysteries, Lyra and Artemis began to unravel the veil's secrets. Her expertise in dimensional magic complemented his practical experience from a darker timeline. They discovered that the original wizards had built the archway using a combination of arithmancy and ancient runic magic, creating a controlled breach to prevent random tears from appearing elsewhere. But something was different about Artemis. Lyra noticed it in the way he sometimes stared at the veil with an intensity that bordered on hunger, in the way his stories about his own reality seemed to shift slightly with each telling. When she finally confronted him in the death chamber, the truth emerged like a curse breaking. "My world is dying," he admitted, his composure cracking. Voldemort's victory was complete, but the price was the destruction of magic itself. "I came here not just to warn you, but to find a way to save my reality, even if it means sacrificing yours." Before Lyra could react, Artemis cast a spell she had never seen before, dark magic from his doomed timeline that sent ripples of distortion through the air. The veil responded, its whispers rising to screams as the barrier between worlds began to tear apart completely. But Artemis had underestimated Lyra's connection to the department's mysteries. Years of studying dimensional magic had taught her that reality was more fluid than most wizards suspected, and in that moment of crisis, she understood what needed to be done. Drawing on her mother Luna's intuitive understanding of the impossible and her grandfather Newt's knowledge of magical phenomena, Lyra began to cast. Her spell wasn't aimed at Artemis or even at the veil itself, but at the space between spaces, the quantum foam of reality where all possibilities existed simultaneously. The death chamber filled with light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Artemis's dark magic clashed with Lyra's dimensional weaving, creating patterns in the air that hurt to look at. Through the veil came visions of 1,000 different worlds, some beautiful, some horrifying, all pressing against the weakening barriers between realities. In that moment of chaos, Lyra saw the truth that had eluded the original creators of the veil. The barrier between worlds wasn't meant to be a wall, but a filter. She altered her spell, not trying to seal the breach, but to transform it. The archway began to pulse with new energy, the tattered curtain repairing itself with threads of pure possibility. "Your world isn't beyond saving," she told Artemis, who had fallen to his knees before the transformed veil. "But its healing can't come at the cost of another reality's destruction. The veil can be a bridge instead of a barrier, allowing enough contact between worlds to heal the damaged ones without allowing full convergence." The magic that followed was unlike anything recorded in the department's archives. Lyra and a chastened Artemis worked together to stabilize the new configuration of the veil. Instead of sealing off the realities completely or allowing them to collapse into each other, they created a carefully controlled interface that allowed for limited, healing contact between dimensions. In the months that followed, the Department of Mysteries documented remarkable changes. The creatures of shadow retreated, but in their place came brief, beautiful moments of cross-dimensional harmony, flowers blooming in winter with petals that shifted between realities, songs carried on the wind that seemed to come from multiple worlds at once, and most importantly, the gradual healing of magical damage in all connected dimensions. Artemis returned to his own reality to guide its recovery, but not before teaching Lyra the spells and knowledge unique to his timeline. The veil remained as it always had been, a mysterious archive of what was, what is, and what could be. But now it served not just as a reminder of death and division, but as a symbol of hope and healing across all possible worlds. Lyra continued her work in the Department of Mysteries, studying the veil with new understanding. Sometimes, in the quiet hours when the whispers were clearest, she could hear fragments of stories from countless other realities, each one a reminder that magic, in all its infinite variations, was more resilient and interconnected than anyone had ever suspected. And if sometimes she caught glimpses of other Lyras through the veil, each living their own version of this story, she smiled, knowing that in every reality where magic existed, there were always those working to protect it, to understand it, and when necessary, to heal it one dimension at a time.